Hello, everyone. I think I might be. I might be in the wrong position. Because I was a bit quiet there. Tonight we're doing a different Minecraft thing than usual. It's technically already 6:12. Well, if it's after midnight. So we're doing Minestuck. Plus some other mods. Mostly I just kind of found a compat mod and just added everything that compat mod supported. I don't know why I spawned on a roof. Interestingly, this is the second save file in this mod pack where I've spawned on, I think, the roof of this exact building, even though it's different seeds. Because that's where I spawned in testing as well. Because, you know, I have to do a test every time I make a new mod pack or add new mods to a mod pack, just to make sure that, you know, like, world loading works. But this world is actually using the same seed as Mine Days, but because of the difference in the mods, it's of course a bit different in terms of what's actually here. So it's gonna be a bit slow going initially, because unlike in actual Homestuck, you don't start with like spurb discs just ready to go. Which, I mean, technically even Homestuck doesn't start with that. Like, you know, unlike in Homestuck canon, you know, this is Minecraft. We're not in a society that has like a mail system where you can pre-order a video game. No, you have to go out and find the Frog Temple and basically compile the video game yourself. Well, here's a meteorite, which, funnily enough, the only thing here that is actually added by Minestuck is a Crooksite ore. Even though, like, yeah, meteorites are a big thing in Homestuck, but this is actually from Applied Energistics 2. I'm probably going to want to crack that bad boy open before I head into the medium. Guess I have my doubts that such things will spawn in the medium. Granted, because I have a compat mod that makes this stuff compatible with Minestuck, I should be able to alchemize anything I need from applied energistics. Yeah, because I'm using the same resource pack. Some of the animals are a little messed up. And naturally, because one, I'm starting out with all the mods that this playthrough who's gonna have. That very much, most likely. And there's a difference in, I added biomes of plenty. Yeah, the terrain generation is definitely different. But it's also going to be more consistent because I'm starting out with all of the terrain generation mods already in place. Of course, this is also not going to be the world we're going to be in for probably the majority of the playthrough. Or at the very least, that better not be the case. Yes, but you never know. Like, I'm not sure how much content there's actually going to be once we get into the medium, because, like, to my knowledge, the mod is not complete. Okay, so apparently I am lacking in a tree chopping mod. Definitely a bit of an oversight. Hate to not include one of those. Here again, like, I guess really, like, in a lot of ways, the the overworld does not matter much here, because again, we're eventually like, even if it's not the majority of the playthrough, eventually, once we get to the medium, we're not coming back here. So arguably, I could just leave floating trees and it won't matter. But, you know, part of this phase is definitely going to be kind of just gather all of the resources I can. So that will make things like alchemy a lot easier once I get into the medium. Okay, game, is there a reason why? Oh, it's because it's that way. Even though I could have sworn it was the other way, but I guess not. Could just be a version difference, I guess. Which I think probably getting iron tools will be useful. Before we even worry about finding the frog temple. Oh, some emeralds in here so I can... It's just another farmer. Another farmer. Cartographer. I think like maybe this village doesn't even have anybody that can sell me an iron tool of any kind. Because this is going to be another farmer. Oh, I probably should have... There's a mod that helps to keep village spawning from doing this shit. Where it's just like, oh yeah, just spawn a building in a completely inaccessible location. It's like this terrain is just floating. That's a butcher. Believe I saw somebody. Like right near where I spawned. On top of that roof. That might have a useful trade. Yeah, toolsmith. You know, somehow, like technically, the villagers don't care. I just take this iron axe. Like there's no mechanic for them to care. In fact, I mean, like, I can just take these blocks of raw iron, too. There we go, now I've got 18 iron. And a slingshot. Gonna just help myself to some of this food as well. After all, again, like, doesn't matter. Because like, we're gonna be moving on to the medium anyway. Furnace. Smelt the iron. And here's some copper as well. Which might be useful for alchemy later, if nothing else. Got my iron pick, so think I'll let the rest of the iron smelt while I go crack open a meteorite. Which no sign of the frog temple so far, so I want to keep on the lookout for that. It's getting dark, so might as well take a nap. And this stuff might also have alchemy uses, so I might as well keep it. I think there's supposed to be some kind of system for capture logging. I have not seen how that works so far. Which, I mean, given that Minecraft's default inventory system is still readily available, I can probably just not worry about that until we get into alchemy. I think my microphone's still a little quiet. Maybe I'm just farther away than usual. Alright, I unplugged it and plugged it back in, so let's see if that changed anything. Okay, and it looks like audio should be fine. Man, I hope that I at least, get into the medium before 4 a.m. Admittedly, like, I don't Yeah, so I know that I need this thing. Oh, I have to go into the nether. Which is apparently also computer parts that do not have a listed recipe. Other than ones using alchemy. It's gonna take a while. Get everything. Brookside at least is right here. But it's going to take probably quite some time to get stuff like uranium. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mine uranium. Of course, if I can find the temple, that might contain some of this stuff already. Which, I mean, I'm gonna have to find the temple regardless. Because that's where the code is. And while the Spurb computer is not really useful for anything if you don't have the code. And of course I left all of my wood and my crafting table behind. Because I might as well start sailing around and see if I can find something. I'm noticing at least some interesting terrain generation over this way. Oh, it's just because it's a marsh. Which, it should be quite easy to spot the temple once I find it, because it's a big building. Unless it's like in a mountain or something. This is certainly a large marsh. Of course, there is also the possibility that having biomes of plenty is messing up the terrain generation for it. Depending on how they program the spawn conditions. Definitely seeing some interesting terrain generation. Okay, we've got broken nether portal at least, so I can use that. Yeah, once I'm able to fix it. Go ahead and get that nether quartz. Yeah, it looks like it should be a relatively easy fix. Just as soon as I have a diamond pickaxe. There's also maybe part of a structure here. Or maybe it's just mossy for... Yeah, I think that's just mossy for aesthetic reasons. I've got more Cruxite ore. think I saw... I don't quite recognize that ore. Maybe that's something that will be of use. Nope, not particularly, because that's tin. Which is just used for mechanism, and probably not much else. I was kind of hoping, based on the color, that was going to be an alternate source of nether quartz, but unfortunately is not. Alright, found another meteor. Which is more applied energistic stuff. Got some emeralds, more crooksite. Yeah, fortunately, this one did not go deep and probably did not get deep enough to reveal any uranium. Yeah, there's definitely something real funky with the terrain generation in this world. And still no frog temple. Which I think it might be set to spawn somewhere like in relation to 0, 0. You know, maybe I shouldn't have included a parkour mod that I don't fully understand how to use. Because I think I just hurt myself because I accidentally did some kind of stunt. Maybe if I find my way to 0, 0. Because due to the fact that I have it set up to just spawn me in a village, I'm not spawning at 0, 0 by default. So maybe I need to find that to find the temple. If nothing else, it gives me a bit more direction in my wanderings. So I'm getting close to 0 OZ. So from there, it's just doesn't matter of making my way to 0 OY. Or is it 0X? Yeah, I think it's 0X, because Y is up and down. And 0X is in this direction. Alright, so this right here is 0, 0. Oh, and there's the Frog Temple. You know, very, very obvious structure on the mini-map. Alright, so it looks like it's just past this mountain over here. You can just barely see it kind of peeking over the top. Yeah, if it was behind that massive thing, no wonder I didn't see it. Because sure, the thing's big, but not mountain big. Okay, so it's just made out of green stone. Yeah, perhaps I should have some torches. which is handy. Maybe even craft a bed before I head up there. Because I think due mostly to the darkness, there's hostiles up there. If there's some sheep right over this way. See the crafting table. Make a bed. You know, I'll make a chest to store things in as well, just in case it proves difficult to get my belongings back. Go ahead and make charcoal. Make torches. Okay, there's actually no enemies here. And you don't have to craft the computer parts. That's why there's no crafting recipe beyond using alchemy. Because you just get the computer parts from the temple. Granted, the fact that they got Swerve code. I'll right click on different types of hieroglyph blocks to record them. I probably just need to go up here again. And just click on the hieroglyphs that are around in here. Yeah, now it's 45% complete. %, 81, 90, 'But each of these is a different block with a different symbol. And you can only make progress by... Everything needed to make something is transcribed into this book. If this is for a computer program, it's very big. Alright, so now I just need... the uranium, the nether quartz, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, I wonder, are there other rooms? And I should also find where my bed is. Because I kind of just set it somewhere. And that's also where I left my sleeping bag, because I put it in a chest next to my bed. So I've got the crooksite. Okay, so that part of the crafting is handled. So it's just the energy core, the nether quartz, and the redstone dust. But I am curious as to whether or not there's more to the temple. Because, I mean, like... I think in Homestuck canon there's more to the temple. Like, they didn't just build it this way to pay for the sake of being tall. But I mean, who's to say if there's anything more to it in the mod? So far, I'd say the answer is no. Okay, and the time capsule just gives the same stuff every time. There's no mechanic for putting stuff in it either. Which is maybe a little disappointing, although, like, doesn't really serve much purpose in single player. Perhaps any other rooms are towards the base of the structure. I'm definitely hearing some skeletons rattling around, but that might just be that there's like a cave under here. Yeah, I don't think there are any other rooms. Anything of interest in these columns? Nope. I mean, this column has a thing on top of it that's probably just decorative. Okay, no, it actually does contain something. That something being a bunch of Cruxite, which I already have a decent amount of. Like, it would have been much better if this had been, like, uranium. Or maybe even nether quartz. Yeah, maybe I should get some just like dirt or sand or something as a fodder block. Because I think there's at least one more of those pillars with a thing on it. And maybe it varies as far as what's in the pillar. Of course, I've got to find my bed again, because that's where all of my stuff is. Yes, I'm just gonna grab a bunch of sand so that I can have a fodder block to climb things with. that doesn't use up a bunch of the durability on my pickaxe. Oh, just barnacles. Nothing of particular use there. You see, there's another column. If there's any variation, this might contain something different. Because it sure would be nice to get one of the other resources that I need. Rather than just more Cruxite. Well, that was real lucky. Just managed to parkour launch myself. Yeah, there we go. Got the uranium, so now I just need the nether quartz. And also to make the thing that uses the uranium. Of course, assuming there's not a fourth pillar. Because logically there would be. Considering that there's been 3 so far. That was interesting. It seems I'm having a bit of lag. That kind of implies that there might be a 4th pillar that contains nether quartz. If one contains Cruxite, another contains uranium, It kind of follows these pillars are here to make it actually kind of easy to make the computer. However, I'm not seeing any sign of a fourth pillar. Because there's a pillar I just went through. Granted, it could be that because of the terrain generation, the pillar's like inside. I'd say either the fourth pillar is right here and just like intersecting with the stone, or there isn't one. Because this is roughly where it should be. You know, if it's a balanced pattern. It looks like I'm gonna have to go into the nether. Kind of judging by unless there's something in there. Unless there's something in there that I need. Because I don't think this is the same room that just houses a... Yeah, this is most certainly not the same room that houses the time capsule. Which also means I was right about there being additional rooms, just not where exactly they are. This also means that this might be where I can find some nether quartz. It's not in the nether. Now, if I can just find my bed, since again, that's where all my stuff is. You know, I've got readily in my inventory. I guess it could just die. That will take me to where I put my bed. Yeah, you know what? There's no other way out of it. I'm just gonna drown. Down real quick. Yeah, my corpse should spawn. I'm just gonna set a waypoint right there so that I never have to look for it again. Granted, I did lose half my levels because I was level 10 and I'm only level 5. Let's grab my axe. I can go and chop some wood. I want to get some more torches. Why did I make that into planks? I need charcoal, which is made by burning logs. I guess really I could have, like, I could just get the torches that are already in the temple, because I'm pretty much done with that first room. So now it's just a matter of exploring from the back. Heck, to see if maybe there's some nether quartz in this other room that's just kind of accessible from behind. Okay, so far I'm not... Here we go. Well, it's not quite what I was looking for. You've got a knitting needle, a fork, Q modus, and some bugs I can eat. And it looks like further down the temple's kind of infested. I've yet to even see a way to safely get down there. Well, that certainly could have gone better. Yeah, it's kind of unclear if I'm even supposed to go down there. Because, like, I'm not provided with a safe way to get down there. Or maybe I am. Because apparently there's a ladder here. It just kind of blends in with everything else. Very cool. Love when even after I put a bunch of torches to make sure shit didn't spawn, I still somehow get killed. Yes, I'll need a new shovel. It looks like we're at least making progress. Of course I had all of my wood on me. Hey, when I died, so now I have to make... I have to go over here, get more wood. So I can then make more planks, make another shovel, so that I can get back up there. And get all of my stuff back, and I'm also gonna need more charcoal. Which I actually still had one log. You see, I'm gonna need more torches. There better be nether quartz in there. Like it better not be just random stuff that I might not even end up having a use for. Here, all of that sand is collected. Now I've just got to not do that. I've got to do something that's not that. And just climb back up. Really? Like, is there a spawner in there or something? I'm just gonna grab the sand by hand at this point. Okay, think that... Yeah, that's actually a different chest. I just completely missed that one. Well, I'm definitely going to need the blank discs. Yeah, there's no spawner here, so... I don't know if they're able to, like... Well, these guys, at least, they can just climb whatever. Yeah, okay, yeah, apparently skeletons, at least, can climb up this ladder. Yeah, apparently every mob can just climb the ladder. So that explains some of the nonsense. Oh, I've ascended a rung on my edge ladder. I don't know how to see my edge ladder, but I did it. You know, I ascended one level. I also don't have a pickaxe of any kind right now. Oh, I think it might have broken. I can just make a crafting table. Make a new stone one. Yeah, knowing that apparently this ladder can be climbed by literally anything, even creatures that don't have arms, does explain a lot. I'm just gonna let the monsters come to me for a little while, I think. After all, I can just knock them off the ladder. Or, you know, maybe I'll end up dying to a spider. But hey, I've got another heart. Because I have ascended on my ladder. Yeah, I might... If I end up streaming this pack again, I might remove the parkour mod. Well, before I do... Certainly seems to be a long way down. Okay, so a ranged weapon will probably also be of some use. But I seem to be making progress clearing things out, assuming that about to spawn a bunch of new stuff, which it probably is because it's dark down there. But if I can reach a point where it's mostly cleared out, then I can just go down, put a bunch of torches everywhere, and then I can explore that part of the temple freely. Great. Great, that's just what I need, is to have some skeletal asshole just waiting for me. Oh, well, that... Definitely some interesting physics going on with that arrow. Shame I didn't get that much time to appreciate it. Alright, now I can get back to what I was doing. Which is just baiting mobs so that I can stab them with my needles. Yeah, ranged weapon would probably be really useful in this situation. Because then I could just focus my aim on... You know, I could focus my aim on all of the guys that are just kind of hanging out down there. Well, got some arrows. So I can just go ahead and make myself a bow. At the very least, it's another method of baiting them up. Hey, eventually maybe I'll ascend my edge ladder again and get another half a heart. Just gonna keep eating bugs on sticks. Okay, there's like one skeleton left and a couple creepers. Okay, there were actually 2 skeletons left. Might as well sleep because it's getting dark. And now we go again. I should probably consider getting, some better combat gear. Like maybe some armor. Or at least a shield. Like a shield would be real nice. At least because then I'd have some way to deal with the ranged attacks. Well, I got some more arrows. Don't tell me there's fucking nothing down here. Yeah, it looks like I cleared out this part of the temple to get fuck all. Like, all the treasure is up. Well, I guess I guess I didn't get absolutely nothing because I got my first ladder rung. And I got, like, a bow out of it, which I actually crafted the bow. But I got arrows. There's one more possibility to check for. Maybe getting some nether quartz without having to go to the nether. Because it's not impossible that the frog itself somehow acts as kind of the fourth pillar. So far, not looking like it actually contains anything. So I'd say the frog is just for decoration. But I did get 4 diamonds out of all of that, so I can use those to make diamond pick. Get going to the nether, I guess, because the only thing that I'm missing is nether quartz. Gotta do quick inventory management. I have 1 stick, so gotta go and chop another tree. So I can get some I can get a log to make into sticks. Right, diamond pickaxe obtained. Now to make my way over to the broken nether portal. Of course, I'll also need a way to activate it, which I've got iron, so just need to go gravel digging for some flint. And I think after that I will head back to town, because that's where the rest of my iron is. I seem to recall being somewhere close to a meteorite. Of course, really, yeah, with the amount of iron I have, I could make a bucket and just use that. Like, technically, I didn't even need the diamond pickaxe. Because I could have used the bucket method to just make another portal. But, you know, it'll probably be good to have better gear. They're heading into the medium anyway. You know, maybe there's something I can alchemize with a diamond pickaxe specifically. Okay, there's a broken portal. Which actually I haven't even looked in the portal chest, so there might be a flint and steel right there. Or that I don't even need to craft. What's first I have to actually find the chest. I might have to use a bucket method to an extent here. It looks like there might not be enough readily available obsidian. Well, I'm back in town. So I guess I'll just make a detour while I'm here. Grab all my iron. And then head back over there. One interesting thing I'm noticing is that for whatever reason, the background of the villager portraits keeps turning red. Like somehow the whole village just randomly it turns hostile. So now I can just head to my most recent death, which is right here. Alright, so I've got about an hour to do the nether trip and to make the computer and get all that going. So actually exploring my land might have to be mostly maybe a 413 thing. Because I'm like, I don't... Or I could do something for 1025. I don't usually... But I could. Which I think usually... Oftentimes I haven't been here. Like, I haven't been streaming around 1025. I think. I think I might be this year, so I could do a part 2 of this in late October, or potentially. That should be my most recent death, as it says 2:49 a.m. I could also just extend the stream a little bit, specifically so that there's time to actually do some exploring in the medium. Jamila, like, I don't, especially since I'm doing this solo, I don't know how much there's really gonna be there. Because, like, in most Spurb sessions, the first gate above your land, well, the first gate, I think, takes you further into your land. Second gate takes you to your server's land. But I'm not gonna have a server. Or at the very least, I'm not gonna have, like, a separate person who is my server player. And I don't know if this mod has, like, Caliborn style solo runs. So that'll have to wait and see. First, I've got to get back to that nether portal so that I can actually build the computer and go do the thing. Probably should have made a boat so that I could traverse the water a little bit faster. I'm almost there. Unfortunately, it is getting dark, so I am soon to be accosted. Well, hey, now I've reached the rung of soil architect. Why do I get the feeling that this is a bot? Like, why are you putting an accent mark on just about every word? Well, not just every word, just about every letter. Like, that seems suspicious. You know, almost like it's a way to dodge filters that might be checking for certain words. Oh yeah, it would help if I was using the right pickaxe. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to need more obsidian. Or maybe I can just move. Yeah, if I can just break down just about this entire pillar here, that will provide me with, it should provide me with enough obsidian. Because this is more than 2 blocks wide. Because the minimum width for the opening is 2. And you know what? Honestly, I'm gonna take the fact that I'm gonna take the fact that that's the only message that that person sent. You know, or let's say, since I'm not certain, let's say user, I'm gonna take the fact that that's the only message as a sign that, yeah, that was probably a bot. Different kind of bot than usual, though. Because usually it's like the art bots. Just like, hey, want to see my portfolio? Oh, and there was an extra bit of obsidian in here. Well, so much for making it look nice. I was gonna just pop it on that corner, but oh, nice. I ascended 2 rungs on the Etcher ladder just for entering the Nether. I think. Right, Nether quartz obtained. Now we can... Actually, there's Nether quartz right here. Now I can get the hell out of here. Apparently pancakes are just inedible. Or maybe, like, I have to cook them. Alright, so now I just need some glass. So I've got sand. So... So now I just need to cook the sand into glass. That's because I have to use... Of course I don't have a crafting table on me. Yeah, I left my actual crafting table all the way over at the temple. Right, crafting table. Furnace. I actually only need... Actually, I need more glass than that. Because it's glass panes. Yeah, I'll bring some dirt with me. Because I don't know if there's going to be dirt in the medium. You know, it depends on what kind of land I get. Right, this is pretty much exactly... Yeah, that remaining bit of glass isn't even... even going to cook. Right, sleep real quick to... Yeah, you know, like usually if, you know, an actual person gets accused of being a bot, they're gonna, oh, you know, defend themselves. Like, you know, at least, like, clarify. I... Alright, don't really need a stone pickaxe. Could probably use my stone sword. All of my iron, all of my copper. Yeah, here's a completed spurb code. Yeah, I'll bring my fork as well. I also need my uranium. Alright, I also need redstone. But I actually am not quite ready. Because I need 1 redstone. Which I might be able to get by trading with a cleric. Like, if I can find a village that has a cleric somewhere. Which there was a sign pointing to 2 different villages. It is in front of the frog temple. Yeah, so exploring the medium might be a part 2. Because... yeah, it might just be the, like... the Frog Temple provides. It's uranium and crooksite specifically, since those are the things that are added in the mod. So you go to the Frog Temple to get the mod specific items that are used for making the Spurb computer. Like, oh yeah, here's all the stuff from specifically the mod that you need in order to enter the medium. Oh boy. The villages are 2,000 and 1,800 blocks away respectively. The easiest one to the waypoint for is this one, because it'll be at 2,315. And it's probably on a different continent. Just judging by the distance. It's way over here. And watch it not even have a cleric. And watch there be not a single cleric in the entire town. Like, every single one of them is going to be like a farmer. And I left my bed behind, so no chance of easily getting back to where I left off if I die. At least I have my sleeping bag, so that makes it less likely that I'll die out here. Since when it gets dark enough for things to spawn, I can easily get some sleep. might as well just use my boat for as much the necessary travel as possible. Oh, because it's a little bit faster. Right here, it's like getting out of the boat and walking across will be faster. Because this is a pretty good sized chunk of land that would actually take longer to get around than to walk across. Yeah, I've got to travel over an ocean. Which, hey, means that I get to maximize the use of my boat. Yeah, if a good portion of the trip is by water anyway. Hey, I'm fairly safe out here as long as there are no tridents. Or any ruins. And it's because guardians could be a real problem. Just sleep through the night. And apparently the village is just not here. So that's great. Yeah, I traveled all this way for absolutely nothing. Guess I can keep going in this direction a bit longer and see if maybe it was just a bit off. Like, it looks like it. Like, that's exactly what happened. That my waypoint was off a few blocks. Because I can see a village on the mini-map. And there's a cleric. Now I just have to hope the cleric has the right trade for me. Right, there we go. Last component obtained. And now I've just got to head all the way back to where I had the portal and everything. So, you know, I'm gonna keep going a little bit longer than I usually would. Just because, like, it would be a shame, especially since yeah, I probably wouldn't be doing this again for at least a few months. Yeah, I probably will pick this up at some point. I'm not sure where I left my boat. Wait, I think I see it over there. Because I'm definitely gonna want that for the rest of the trip back. It's 2:49. And that marks where I specifically need to go. So now we wait. While I travel over 2,000 blocks just to get back to where I was so that I can... Which means mostly I just need to get back there for my bed. It's like I've already got most of the important stuff in my inventory. So mostly it's just bed and crafting table that's over there. That's of any real importance. Alright, less than 1,000 left. Yeah, with all of this build up, it would be a shame not to at least explore a little bit. Once we get actually into the medium. So if it's already 4 a.m. by the time I actually get to enter my land, I might just go to like 4:30 so that there's time to look around. Which also, there's one thing that I could have had on this entire time, and that's a shader pack, because I included Iris in this mod pack. I just haven't bothered to turn the shaders on this entire time. I think turn colored lights and handheld lighting on. I'm trying to see if there's an option to make it less bright, because I hurt my eyes a little bit. Like, is it post-processing? No. Here we go. Maybe If I just reduce the sunlight intensity, maybe that will help. Yeah, I think that helped a little bit. Maybe I should check what settings I've got for the shaders in Mine Days, because that's the same shader pack. So if I could even just like import the settings, I think that'd be perfect. Of course, the sun's also setting, so it's gonna be getting less intense. Actually, right now it's quite intense. I think it's the same shader pack, because I'm pretty sure I picked this specific one because it's the same. And I know the shader pack that I use for Mind Days works well for me, at least on the settings that I have it on. Well, there's the Frog Temple, which looks pretty cool with the fog. That definitely helps it get sort of an ominous monolith look. Admittedly, like, I don't really know what all shaders are gonna do once they get into the medium, because, like, I don't think Minestuck has any specific compatibilities for shaders like this. Of course, you know, I could also just change around the settings to make, you know, if they don't by default fit the vibe. After all, that's where I'm gonna be for pretty much the rest of the playthrough. Because I think since I'm playing single player, the medium will just be my land plus Skya, so... And, like, Skya doesn't even have much to it, that I don't think, because I don't believe they've implemented the actual Spurb in-game aim of, like, making the ultimate alchemy and that kind of stuff. I'm sure we will at least see what is in my land soon. So let's see what I can, because I kind of want to bring the slingshot. Yeah, I can eat these bugs. There we go, Spurb computer. Right, so I have the client disk. Yeah, I can probably leave this raw iron because I've got a bunch of smelted iron already. Yeah, maybe. If I could figure out how to use Moduses. All I can... Control keybinds. And I guess just see if Minestuck comes up. Okay, V to capture log held item. K to exit edit mode. Open Sylladex is not bound. Keypad 3 is already used for show recipes, so I'll use keypad 6. Keypad 7 can be activate Prankster's Gambit. Keypad enter can be capture log held item. Keypad plus can be to toggle aspect effects. Okay, so here's where I see the etch ladder. Here's the Silodex. So you automatically have stack modus. But I also have tree modus and queue modus. Stack, I believe, is first in, first out. Queue is first in, last out. Tree is Rose's modus. It's the one with like the leaves and everything. Which this also means do you know what? Actually, I think I'll use keypad enter for aspect effects. Keypad we'll use plus to capture log held item. Not sure backspace can be exit edit mode. Yeah, I don't have any aspect effects because I haven't entered. And I don't know if okay, I do need both. Alright, so I have connected. So I guess there's an actual like mechanic. So I do need to use edit mode then. Okay, this is interesting. So I get to kind of just float above myself. Because I am both server and client. Which is kind of a version of which is kind of like going into creative. Alright, so I guess I just dropped that there. So that I can then pick it up outside of edit mode. And now's not the time, skeleton. I'm trying to play Spurby. Okay, so it looks like I need pickaxe, the corkscrew lid. Oh, and oh, this is actually pretty cool. Like there's actually sprites and everything. Okay, prototyping is not implemented yet. That's kind of a shame. Kind of wish I kind of hoping I could like throw the sheep in there or something. But I mean, it's kind of a complicated mechanic to implement. But then the totem lathe. It also doesn't look like there's any kind of meteors or timer. So very low pressure. Yeah, alchemize one free Crooksite artifact apple. Oh, I get to actually choose. I kind of thought it was going to be randomized. Yeah, I'll go with my usual. Land of Towers and Mildew. Oh, and it actually... So, like, if I had an actual, like, base beyond... Yeah, I probably should have had more of a base than... this, so that I could actually... But fortunately, it's just gonna respawn me here, because, like, for one thing, my bed is here. I also took a goat with me. Because the size... Yeah, because of the scale... You know, I ended up accidentally bringing a goat into the land of towers and mildew. Yeah, clearly Clearly, this is not a good mod for a lawn base. Granted, I did also bring a pool of lava with. So if I can just knock these guys into the wall. Yeah, it would be a big help if I could get a break from being attacked long enough to actually build some defenses. Alright, looks like I'm building some defenses out of sand. Because again, like I did not... I sure hope that's not one of the Homestuck tracks that's gonna get me a copyright claim. Because, like... Because a lot of Homestuck music... Because... Like, pretty much the only Homestuck music that does not... That's not likely to give you a copyright claim is the stuff from the Homestuck games, you know, Hive Swap, Pester Quest, and Friendsim. Any other official Homestuck music is liable to result in a copyright claim due to it being, you know, copyrighted music that they don't have any incentive to just let people use. Well, I can get the Punch Designix now. I see here. Oh, there's a lot of blocks that you can choose from in the Athenium. Unfortunately, it seems like I'm not currently under attack. Heck, will I do this? Because, like, you know, maybe that's just a recognizing that, yeah, I am... Oh, you can do that as well. Because, like, keep in mind... Homestuck is known for having drawn on inspiration from The Sims for the Spurb build mechanics. So, like, his completely reasonable that there would be a click and drag tag available. I also like that the Spurb cursor glows, presumably as a result of the shaders. That's a nice touch. See, I can just, like, I don't even need, you know, because I can just... This enter build mode. I don't even need to gather blocks to build with. Because, you know, we've got Spurb mechanics. I can just construct fortifications with the build mechanics. Okay, I've used all of my build grist. But now, I am relatively safe. So where's all the stuff I capture logged? Oh, it's not in my... It's not actually capture logged. It's just back in my inventory. Yes, and I've got another tree. And if I ever take the raw mutton out, the entire tree falls. Or maybe it auto balances. Okay, yeah. I can set auto balance as active or inactive. I believe 00000. Presumably also need to have a card. Probably what I need is to have just a blank card. Because clearly there's an item. Oh, you can use paper and raw crooksite. Guess I'll just head on out into the Mildew. You know, maybe some of the salamanders will have some paper. Paper or something. I like crumpled hats. They're comfy and easy to wear. Okay, here's one of the titular towers. Because, you know, this is a land of towers and mildew, not just a land of mildew. Which it looks like the land's biome type informs what the towers are like, because this is made of chiseled mycelium blocks, chiseled mycelium bricks. Because I'm in mushroom land, basically. Well, guess I better head back out there and get my stuff. And you gotta collect all the grist that fell from the imps I did slay. Okay, so your Philodex resets when you die. Actually, I think that stuff might just be gone. No? No, you just drop it like standard Minecraft inventory. Sorry, because there's a mutton. At least the imps are kind enough to make it very obvious when they're approaching. Alright, so clearly you smell kind of heroic, like a hero perhaps. Well, unfortunately, you didn't get to complete that sentence. Yeah, the upload of this is definitely going to be a test of, is this going to be a copyright problem? Granted, it might be that they composed their own music. Because, like, off the top of my head, I don't recognize any of the tracks I've played, so they could be unique. And thus, not a copyright issue. Fortunately, I do have Farmer's Delight in this pack. Which means that if I brought any trees with me, then I can use bark from those be able to make paper. Okay, so it looks like the walls are not high enough here. It's gonna make them a bit taller. I'm definitely getting a hang of the edit mode controls. Alright, I got another rung on the ladder. Right, and there is at least one tree here, so I have a means of making paper. Right, so that's not my most recent death. I think this over here is where I died last. Nope, that's not it either. Well, at least punching him to death is a fairly viable option. Will I try and find any sign of my belongings? Because, like, I had quite a bit of stuff. I'm not sure where the corpse that it was all on ended up. The goat that I accidentally brought with me seems to be having a good time. Right, here we go. Well, my axe broke, so no more fighting imps that way, I guess. That's at least until I can then make a new one. And hey, at least I brought stuff like my crafting table with me. So I can just craft another axe. And now I'm just gonna fight my way through the crowd. Yeah, fortunately, they're too stupid to, walk through single file, so they just get stuck in the doorway. Or maybe sometimes they figure it out. Either that or they got in another way. There's my sprite floating up there. Doing nothing because the mechanics for sprites are not implemented at all. I got a cutting board. So that's one paper. Oh, there's just a bunch of these little shits. Just hanging out. Waiting for the moment that I went outside. I wonder, can I go to the Nether? like I brought another portal with me. It's not active, but it's there. Might be a good idea to patch that hole, just in case they somehow enter through there. Yeah, I guess we're definitely gonna wait and see. You know, how does the copyright situation work out when it comes to this music? Because again, like off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure if it's official Homestuck music. Certainly he is in style. Oh, this poor salamander's almost dead. I have no idea if there's actually anything you can do with the consorts. So far they just seem to kind of hang around. Alright, I just need 2 more logs. Alright, so now I've got enough paper so I can make 1 capture log card by hand. What do you mean perfectly generic object? I punched it with the wrong code, didn't I? Either that or they adjusted things from canon for balance reasons. There's actually ponders. I guess I'll find out if this does indeed make perfectly generic object. Yep. So that was a waste. I was including a lot of wood from one of the only trees in this entire world. Because basically the entire world here is mushrooms. So the only source of logs specifically, unless I've got an option to spawn logs in with the edit mode, I'm also not seeing very many saplings dropping. Could be a bit of a problem seeing it. Okay, I've got 1 sapling at least. Oh, there we go. That's how you get... Okay, so that's how you get punch card with an item on it. Which also means I can just take punch cards out as well. That means that I can punch. Yes, and now I can make infinite dark oak saplings so long as I have the grist. Granted, I don't know what kind of grist this is going to need. We're gonna find out. Watch it be types that I don't have access to. Nope, it's just build grist. I can alchemize trees now. Oh, that's handy. And I'm just gonna make a chest for storing all of my dowels in. This dowel is apparently not... Oh, I guess it's perfectly generic object. Yeah, that's Crooksite artifact. Take out the card that was punched with the dark oak sapling. And so now I've got a capture log card. So I can then have capture log card. Yeah, apparently... Yeah, I guess again for like balance purposes, or maybe it's just... Okay, 1111 is nothing. I think maybe either I'm just completely misremembering how this works, or they specifically excluded the ability to just print capture log cards. However, nothing's stopping me from capture logging paper. Then I have a capture log card for paper. Unfortunately, I believe that's mercury grist. It's something I don't have. But you know, maybe because like there are more challenging underlings than this, so maybe if I go and find like an ogre or something, or the thing to the grist widget isn't here. We only got the holopad. We only got the basic stuff plus the holopad and the IntelliBeam laser station. Yeah, I don't have any mercury grist. Apparently there's a printer and a disc printer as well. Which I think So just gonna take this. I guess really like the very simple thing would be gain the ability to just alchemize as many logs as I could ever need. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and actually just craft a door. So I don't have that opening hanging in the wall just hanging open all the time. Yes, now I can just make oak logs whenever I need them. Use like 6 more. Make another iron axe. I can make another capture log card. This. Do this. Got a capture log card punched with code for an iron axe. Unfortunately, that takes 27 rust grist because it's made out of iron. On the plus side, this opens up possibilities for alchemizing things that use an iron axe. Granted, I don't... Because chances are, alchemy is kind of limited. Just because, like, they'd have to make something for every possible combination, and that would just be a lot. Like, back in the day, the Overseer project dealt with that unfortunate reality by crowdsourcing things. Okay, so stuff that can actually be made with alchemy will have this thing to tell you what you need to combine. In order to do that. Like, if you want the set modus, you have to alchemize any modus with an item frame. Tree modus can be made using saplings or sticks or leaves plus any modus. Q stack you can make using Q and stack. Or alternatively, Q and stack you can actually just craft. Like there's a furnace modus, which is a portable smelter. Please note that ModusZip is not free software. After a 40-day trial period, you must either buy a license or remove it from your Sylogics. So maybe if I just search for axe. Yeah, that's just from immersive engineering. But apparently I could combine a regular wooden axe with a Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff poster to make Battle Axe. A shitty axe, not much more to it. Okay, I combine... Unfortunately, this takes rust grist, which I don't seem to have access to. It seems like rust grist is really important. Because basically all of the... Do swords also... These stone swords don't. And I should really wrap things up soon because it's almost 5. Yeah, the raw beef sword requires 22 iodine grist. Yeah, I'm kind of limited on my options for making, cool weapons. By the fact that I currently have access to build, tar, amethyst, this amber, cobalt, and marble, and caulk. Which actually... Yeah, sadly... Sadly, it looks like... Like, it would really help if there was some way that I could just look at everything that I can make with the shit I have. Okay, it's the hollow pad is literally just for decoration. Yeah, and the laser station is for reading unreadable cards. Accidentally unpause the music. I guess I could have just built a door. Okay, so there's... Yeah, and I'd have to find garnet and ruby to be able to use... to be able to make the grist widget. I would also need to have one of these things. So yeah, I think honestly, like, maybe... Well, I didn't really explore my land all that much. But I mean, it would be nice to have some better combat gear before I go and do that. I think for what they've got, this is pretty cool. Alchemy leaves a lot to be desired, just in terms of usability, especially if your grist types are not very varied. Like, again, you know, I can't really expect them to do, you know, something that would be truly one-to-one with canon, because that would be a lot of fucking items. But it would just be nice if I could more easily tell what I can make out of the stuff that is implemented. So I think I'm definitely gonna leave it here for now. Maybe I'll come back to this either next year for 413 or later this year for 1025. But for now, thank you to everyone who stopped by tonight. Next stream of this, like I said, is planned for either 4:13 or 10:25, because I don't really do anything for 11:11. And next stream of Minecraft in general is planned for 2 weeks from now, because next week is going to be pretty much all Next Fest demos. Unless I feel like doing a Wednesday, because that's my whatever day. And next stream in general is gonna be Next Fest demos on Monday. So in the meantime, here are all of my links, and let's find somebody to raid.